Good morning. Miss Alyssa? Hello, Alyssa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I wanted to test so you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I can hear you. Can we test your camera and then you can turn it back off before we start? Okay, camera works. Can you see the boardroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Okay, you can turn your camera off and mute, and once we get started, I'll give you a thumbs up in the chat room to let you know we're getting ready to get started.
Okay.
All right, thank you. You good? Great. You know we can play it, but once to play it. We're gonna have it. You don't have her.
She asked, do y'all have a guest Wi-Fi?
Yes.
The password?
Da-da-da. No, right off hand. I don't have my board phone with me.
I got all mine. Putting the notes.
I have to do that too.
Hey V, what's the Wi-Fi?
In the text stream.
Okay, thanks.
Who would?
It's capital H. The number 8.
J.
Small u, small m. Plus 32.
That's about as complicated as I've ever heard.
They don't have to worry about anybody hacking that one.
All you have to do is put.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Alyssa.
Yes, ma'am.
Alyssa, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So, we are going to, go in a different order. I don't think you're gonna go on first. However, you are welcome to stay on the Zoom.
Okay.
The order, we'll definitely let you know when you're going to go. But I'm in the chat box if you want to chat with, if you got to leave or get off of the Zoom.
Okay.
So you can hang out on the Zoom.
I'll put her on the stand.
Right, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to Thursday's hearings for the Mississippi Board of Nursing. We like to take a moment at the beginning of our proceedings and have a moment of silence or word of prayer. Going to ask Mr. Jeremy Cummings if he would lead us in that time.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for a new day of life. We thank you for all that you bless us with. We just ask you to forgive us where we fail you. Come before you today asking for good judgment, good leadership, calm nerves. Lead and guide us. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you. I am Mary Stewart. I am one of the education members of the board, and I want to give those of you that are in the room with us today, as well as I think we have some joining us by YouTube as well as Zoom, just a little bit of background information about the board. It is a panel made of 13 members. We have 7 RNs on the board, 4 LPNs, one physician, and one consumer. Today, the panel will be a 3-member panel, and we will have one of the board members serving as an alternate. The alternate will not participate in the deliberations or the decisions concerning the case in which they serve as alternate. At this time, I want to introduce the board members that are here with us today. To my left is Mr. Jeremy Cummins. He is an LPN member of the board. Laura Moore is an APRN serving on the board. Ms. Sandra Culpepper is an LPN serving on the board. And Ms. Carly Walker is also an LPN. She's a new member of the board. She is here for observation and will not be participating in the decisions or the discussion of the hearings today. A couple of other people that we have with us this morning. Kristen Love is here also observing. She is an attorney from the AG's office, and we're glad to have her here. And we have Mr. Brandon Walker, who is the attorney for the State Board of Nursing. And then lastly, and with the cute little pen there on the left, so you can't miss him, Mr. Edward Wiggins Jr. He will be serving as our hearing officer today. He's the special assistant of the Attorney General's office, and we welcome him and turn it over to him at this time.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. The first matter we have on the docket today, case number 2020-1308, license number 868-864. Note for the record that the licensee is present and represented by attorney Philip Hearn. We will proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements from each side. We'll hear arguments from each side. There will be time allotted for questioning. Once we've heard the completion of each case, we will allow for closing statements. The board will then make findings of fact and conclusions of law. A copy of the order will be forwarded to the licensee in 30 to 60 days of the completion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Will each of you raise your right hand, please? Do you each solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will note for the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public.
Edward, can we approach for a minute?
Certainly.
The sensitive subject here, one of the things we're going to be talking about mitigation of
We will now begin with opening statements. Ms. Walker,
Your Honor, can we introduce an evidence? I'm sorry, B1 through B8?
any objection? They are admitted. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Thank you. We are here today because Ms. Pierce has voluntarily surrendered her privilege to practice in the state of Tennessee and also has been reprimanded in Alabama. This is in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D, which state that the board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of a licensee who has voluntarily surrendered their license or privilege to practice in another jurisdiction. It is also in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, specifically Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2W, which states that the board has the authority to take disciplinary action on the license of a licensee who has had their license reprimanded in another state. The statute states that a copy of the order of suspension shall be prima facie evidence of such action. In Ms. Spears' case, she has surrendered her privilege to practice. She also entered into a consent order with the Alabama Board of Nursing, which included a reprimand. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Spears to practice as a registered nurse in the state. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. Hearn.
And we'll stipulate the fact that she did in fact surrender her license in Tennessee, that she was subject to discipline in Alabama, which she has completed all the terms and conditions of that reprimand, and is in good standing as far as that goes with Alabama. She's been working, employed, and has a job waiting on her. She's served ably and well for 20+ years until being the victim of a brutal crime in Tennessee, which informed her decision to leave. Basically, she gave up her license in Tennessee instead of fighting because she just couldn't be there anymore. So she came home, moved home with her mother, and that's where she's living to this day. So she's got a job waiting on her. We understand that the board's entitled under, statutorily to impose discipline based on, the reciprocal nature of the compact, and we understand that. What I would ask is that we would, instead of addressing, we don't intend to relitigate the underlying, factual scenario. We'd like to speak in mitigation so that the board can do appropriately, do the right thing for Ms. Spears.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's call Sharice Redmond, Your Honor. Ms. Sharice, will you please state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Yes, my name is Sharice Redmond, Madison County, and I'm an employee here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked at the Board of Nursing?
4 years.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations that resulted in disciplinary action related to nursing license?
Yes,
Is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing?
yes.
B2, can I do that document, please, ma'am?
B2 is a licensure document.
And when was Ms. Spears first licensed in Mississippi?
On 10/23/2003
And what was she licensed
as an RN.
Would you go to the 4th page of Exhibit B5 and ID that document, please?
B5 is a notice of hearing addressed to Ms. Angela Pierce.
You go to the 4th page of that?
Fourth page is a complaint. Okay, well, this page is the order suspending licensure. It is addressed to Ms. Angela Pierce.
Would you flip back to the complaint? And would you tell the board what Ms. Spears is charged with today?
In charge 1, Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D. Is that the respondent has had a license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction, has voluntarily surrendered such license or privilege to practice in any jurisdiction, has been placed on probation as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction, or has been placed under the disciplinary orders in a manner as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in his jurisdiction. Charge 2, and that the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-11, and that the respondent was engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely having a license denied, conditionally issued, reprimanded, placed on probation, suspended, revoked, or voluntary surrender in another state, territory, or country. 30 Mississippi Anna Code PT 2820 R 1.2 W.
Would you go to B7, please, ma'am? Would you tell us what that document is?
This is the Tennessee Board of Nursing agreed order address issued to Miss Angela Fears.
Would you go to the third page of that, please, ma'am? Then read number 10.
Number 10 states, for the purpose of avoiding further administrative action with respect to the cause, respondent agrees to voluntarily surrender respondent's privilege to practice nursing in the state of Tennessee, beginning the effective date of this order. Respondent understands that a voluntary surrender has the same effect as a revocation.
And on page 7 of that, will you tell us what the date is on that document, please, ma'am?
The date of this order is signed on the 16th day of November 2022.
Let's go back to B6, please. We'll go to the third page of that exhibit. Can you tell us what that document is, please?
B6 is the Alabama Board of Nursing consent orders issued to Miss Angela Lynn Fears.
And what is number 1 under where it says order? What does number 1 say? Got that in order.
It says public reprimand. Respondent is issued a public reprimand for the Board of from the Board of Nursing for the conduct stated herein.
And what day, let's flip over, what day was that accepted by the board?
This order was signed to effect, approved, and accepted the 16th of September 2022.
So in your investigation, you determined that she had surrendered her license and in fact had reprimanded in Alabama, is that correct?
That is correct.
No further questions, John?
I thank you, Mr. Walker. Any questions for this witness, Mr. Hearn?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel? Any further anticipated testimony from this witness, Mr. Walker? She may be excused. Anything further from the state at this time?
There you go.
Hearn?
Your Honor, what I'd like to do is just make a statement on behalf of Ms. Fears and let the board question her if that's agreeable. If they have any questions. Ms. Fears has been a registered nurse for almost 20 years and you can see you've never heard of her until 2 years ago. And then 2 years ago, she was a victim of a brutal crime. It's traumatic. She is, terribly scarred by it. Circumstances giving rise to her being in possession of a gun. The gun was not registered to her, it was registered to her husband. And so she had taken the gun with her to work because obviously she was terribly traumatized by that. The bag fell open, gun clattered to the ground. It was reported, and that's what set this entire chain of events into motion. So to put the trauma behind her of what happened to her in Tennessee, she took the advice of counsel, voluntarily surrendered her license, moved home with her mother. She is now under a doctor's care. She is, for her post-traumatic stress disorder, she's medicated under constant doctor's care. She's her drug screens are clean. She's taken gun safety course. She now has a gun registered in her name. So she is living with her mother. Her husband divorced her because he couldn't live with what happened to her. So it's been a very traumatic 2 years for Ms. Fears. And I do commend her. I think she's doing the best she can to put her life back together. She's got a job waiting for her right now. She was suspended obviously by the board, but they understand the circumstances. And so she's got a job to go back to. So like I said, this has been a terrible experience for her. I want the board to take into account, this is a fine nurse that you've never heard of until just an unimaginable event occurred that none of us can really process. So again, I understand the board has a job to do and that they need to protect the public. But I'd ask you to take this in mitigation, let this woman go back to work. She's no danger to anybody. In fact, she's a fine nurse with, like I said, well respected by her peers with a job waiting on her. So with that said, I'll open it up to the board for questions of Ms. Fears. She's here to cooperate fully and fire away.
Thank you, Ms. Hearn. Ms. Walker, do you have any questions for Ms. Beard?
Just a few, Your Honor. Ms. Fears, can you tell us what your educational background is?
I have my BSN.
What year was that?
I got it in 2020 from the W. I got it from the W, 2020.
2020. So, how long have you been practicing as a nurse?
23, 24 years.
Have you ever had any disciplinary action? Let me start this. Where all have you practiced besides Tennessee and Alabama?
Everywhere I've been a travel nurse.
Alabama? Have you ever had any disciplinary action anywhere else besides Tennessee and Alabama?
No, sir.
No issues. What about before their boards? So have you had any disciplinary action in work?
No, sir.
Prior to today, have you ever had any problems with the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
No, sir.
Any problems with drug or alcohol abuse or anything like that?
No, sir.
Any criminal history or anything?
No, sir.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any questions from the panel for Ms. Fears?
Just a couple. Thank you for being here. Where is the job that you said is, or your attorney said that you have waiting?
Courtyards in Fulton, Mississippi.
Courtyards?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of facility is that?
It's a nursing home and a rehab. Coming freshly out of surgery.
I'm sorry.
Like somebody falls, break their hip, they're getting back to regular routine.
Is that your chosen specialty in nursing, and do you prefer that clinically?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did I understand that you are under a physician's care?
Yes, ma'am. He's there in Smithville, Mississippi.
Okay, and do you receive any other help or assistance for the psychological trauma that's been referenced?
Sorry, could you move the mic a little closer, please?
I had to go to a therapist for a little while.
Okay, but currently you see.
I'm over that.
Are there any deficits that you would identify that would prohibit you from providing safe care?
No, ma'am.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Anything further from the panel?
I just want to clarify, say you had some discipline with Alabama, but
Yeah.
that's all been taken care of. You're in good standing in Alabama. And you have no plans of returning to Tennessee?
No, ma'am.
You're planning to reside in Mississippi and work, is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
Hang on.
Anything further, Mr. Hearn?
Fine at rest.
We can move to closing statements. Mr. Walker?
Thanks, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D provides that the board has the power to discipline the license of a registered nurse who has voluntarily surrendered their license. Statute goes on to state that a copy of the board order of such action shall be a prima facie evidence of such action. On or about September 14th, 2022, Ms. Fears signed an agreed order with the Tennessee Board of Nursing surrendering her license. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L gives the board the authority to discipline the license of a nurse who is engaged in unprofessional conduct as defined in the Mississippi Administrative Code. Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2W states that a licensee has engaged in unprofessional conduct, the licensee has been reprimanded or voluntarily surrendered their license or privilege to practice in another state. On or about July 13th, 2022, Ms. Spears signed a consent order with the Alabama Board of Nursing, in which she was issued a reprimand. A copy of both orders are attached in the exhibits we have shown. Accordingly, we respectfully request this board panel exercise discipline within the board's power in regards to Ms. Spears' license to practice nursing.
Mr. Hearn.
The board is empowered to impose discipline without required to do so. You can tell by talking with Spears, they have our personality, not here to fight. She's here to be a good soul, to do the right thing. This is she in Alabama, she'll fight whatever the board tells her to do. She's done the best she, the absolute dead level best she can. It's not good showing my work. And so I had this board taking into account 20 years of this legal service without so much as anybody prior to this. So take that into account. I hope this might bring that it's going to get back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hearn. I think that will conclude this matter. Mr. Walker, is the state ready to proceed with the next matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat in the gallery. We'll hear these other matters and then we'll take them up in executive session. Collect.
We need to wait for the court's decision or what we decide this matter.
Well, that's up to you. If you want to wait, there will be a copy of the order forwarded within 30 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. Once we hear these other matters, we will announce those decisions.
John, I'm this one judge, so I've got to be
Excuse me. Case number 2022-1103. License number 894384. Jamie Mahan. Have any preliminary matters, council?
Yes, Your Honor. We introduced an evidence, B1. B21. So what's been marked as respondents R1, I just handed out to the board.
You had a chance to review those? That they are admitted. We will proceed as follows. We will have opening statements. We will hear the cases from both sides and allow for questioning. After we heard both arguments, there will be closing statements. The board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. A copy of that order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 60 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
And will you each raise your right hand, please? Do you each solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. I'll note for the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Ms. Mahan, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
That's correct.
I need you to speak a little louder, move the microphone a little closer, please.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony.
I'm gonna need the witness to speak up, please.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Your testimony today, you're ready to proceed with this hearing?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna need you to speak a little louder for us, okay? Anything further preliminary to council?
No, Your Honor.
And we will begin with opening statements. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Thank you. We are here today because the actions of Ms. Mahan have led to many violations of the nursing rules and regulations. She is charged with violating Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1F, 73-15-29-1I. The charges allege that she negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to the nursing practice. And also that Ms. Mahan has a physical, mental, or emotional condition that renders her unable to perform nursing services or duties with reasonable care and safety. Ms. Mahan signed a 5-year monitoring agreement with the board on October 23rd, 2020. During that time, she was issued 7 letters of concern, with the first letter being sent roughly 7 months into the agreement on May 20, 2021. And the last letter on September 15th, 2022. Ms. Mahan has severed ties with 4 of her previous sponsors and failed to check in as required from November 3rd, 2022 and November 11th, 2022. She has also failed to provide documentation for monthly peer meetings as required by the agreement. On September the 14th, 2022, Ms. Mahan told her sponsor that she was dealing with a bad state of depression and had not gone to work. October 6th, 2022, Ms. Mahan was transported to the ER while at work due to an altered mental state. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action on the life of Ms. Mahan to practice as a nurse in this state. And accordingly, we ask this board panel to consider all available options in taking action against the license of Ms. Mahan. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Mahan, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time. If you don't have one, it's perfectly all right.
I don't have one.
All right, thank you. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Thanks, Your Honor. Let's come Ms. Sharon Russell. Ms. Sharon, will you please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the record?
My name is Sharon Russell. County is Hines County, Mississippi. Place of employment, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
approximately 23 months.
What is it that you do here at the Board of Nursing?
I'm a case manager with the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program.
So is it part of your duties here at the Board of Nursing to work with the licensees that are in the MMVP program and ensure compliance with the signed agreements?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with these terms and these agreements?
I am.
Would you please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2 and tell us what that document is, please?
B2 is a copy of the license.
And when was Ms. Mahan first licensed in Mississippi?
June 12th, 2023. I'm sorry, June 12th, 2013. Sorry.
What was she licensed as?
A registered nurse.
Would you go to the fourth page of B5? Would you tell us what the document is, please, ma'am?
It is the order suspending the license.
Would you go back to the complaint in B5? What are the charges against Ms. Mahan?
That Ms. Mahan violated Mississippi Code 73-15-29-1F in that she negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. And charge two, that Ms. Mahan violated Mississippi Code 73-15-29-1I in that she has physical, mental, or emotional condition that renders the licensee unable to perform nursing services or duties with equal skills and safety.
Thank you. And what facts in the complaint support those charges?
On or about October 23rd, 2020, Ms. Mahan voluntarily entered into a monetary agreement with Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program, otherwise known as MMVP. She has failed and or refused to comply with the MMVP agreement, that she has been issued several letters of concern for non-compliance. The first two letters of concern were issued on May 20th, 2021 and November 12th, 2021. The next 5 letters were issued in 2023. The first being issued on April the 12th, 2022. The next 4 letters were all issued September 2022. 1 letter is issued on September 14th, 2022, and the last 3 were issued September 15th, 2022. Ms. Mahan has severed ties with 4 of her previous sponsors and failed to check in from November 3rd, 2022 through November the 11th, 2022. Ms. Mahan also failed to provide supporting documentation for monthly peer meeting attendance for the months of August, September, and October of 2022. On or about October 6th, Ms. Mahan's primary care provider made a statement to the board that the provider had been made aware of an incident in August of 2022 in which Ms. Mahan was transported to the ER while at work due to an altered mental status. Ms. Mahan's provider stated that a drug screen was ordered during the ER visit. However, Ms. Mahan left before a specimen was provided. As of October the 6th, 2022, Ms. Mahan has been discharged from the provider's care due to missing 3 appointments. On or about September 14th, 2022, Ms. Mahan's sponsor was informed by Ms. Mahan that Ms. Mahan was dealing with a bad state of depression and had not gone to work. The sponsor also stated that Ms. Mahan had exhibited multiple catatonic episodes in the past few weeks.
Thank you. If you would, please go to B6 and I do that document for the board.
That is the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Monitoring Agreement.
And what's the date that the agreement was entered into?
It was entered into October the 23rd, 2020.
And are you familiar with these agreements and the provisions in them?
I am.
Can you kind of tell me the process of when an applicant enters into the agreement?
Prior to entering into the agreement, The case manager or the program manager will have a telephone conversation with the licensee and go over each item on the monitoring agreement, ask whether or not they have any questions, if there's anything that needs to be clarified, if they're interested in moving forward in enrolling in the program.
At what point do they initial next to the provisions?
That is actually done on the date of intake or enrollment. That is either done in person or virtually. And again, the case manager or the program manager goes over each section of the monitoring agreement. Again, asks whether or not there's any questions and if they're comfortable signing.
So they're explained to them before they sign next to the provisions.
That is correct.
Let's look at page 3 on E. Can you tell us what that provision requires?
E is drug screens,
What is required that they do?
that they can expect the frequency of drug screens to be anywhere from 18 to 24 per year. That they understand the frequency could change depending on whether or not there's a relapse. Also, it is explained that the individual is expected to check in daily from that point, from the day of enrollment. That there are multiple ways that they can check in. There's an 877 number that's provided by Spectrum, which is our monitoring system for them to check in. They've got the ability to be able to access a laptop or tablet to be able to sign in or utilize an app on their phone.
Let's flip over to B8. That first page is titled Letter of Concern 1. Can you tell us what a letter of concern is?
MMVP utilizes letters of concern to be able to point out behaviors or actions that we consider to be non-compliant and gives the participant an opportunity to get back into compliance.
And so what was this letter of concern sent for?
This letter of concern addresses values out of range for 11/4/2020, 3/15/2021, 3/24/2021, and 5/13/2021, as well as for missed check-ins on 1/12/2021 and 2/2/2021.
So this was really for the missed check-ins, is that correct?
Yes.
We go over to B9. Can you tell us what this letter of concern was sent for?
This was for missed check-in 6/12/2021, as well as 8/29/2021, for a value out of range, which was 8/26/2021, and a no test result 11/3/2021.
And they're not really penalized for those value out of range, is that correct?
It's a little more complicated. For the most part, if there's continued value out of range, we may have to ask the participant to go have testing done in the nephrologist to confirm that there's nothing wrong with their kidneys to be able to provide us with an accurate specimen. But specifically, this was more or less to be able to point out the fact that the individual did not show for a test when selected on 11/3.
So when it says no test result, what does that mean?
In this case, it should have said no show. It means that the individual was selected on 11/3/2021 and did not show for that test.
Okay. And what's the date of this letter?
This letter was dated November the 12th, 2021.
That's going over to B10. And what was this letter of concern issued for?
This was for third quarter 2021, when the sponsor reported the participant had not been contacting the sponsor as frequently as agreed or needed, nor was the participant actively working 12 steps. The sponsor reported that the participant had a new job, which had limited her time. For fourth quarter 2021, the sponsor reported the participant had not been contacting the sponsor as frequently as needed or as agreed upon, nor was the participant actively working the 12 steps. The sponsor reported the participant had changed to another sponsor during this quarter. No report was received by the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program from the new sponsor to support that the participant was meeting and working the steps for that quarter. And for fourth quarter 2022, the sponsor reported the participant had not been contacting the sponsor as frequently as agreed or needed, nor was the participant actively working the 12 steps. The sponsor reported the participant contacted her in December 2021 to be her sponsor, but had not met at all to work the steps, but acknowledged that the participant had contacted her a handful of times via text.
And what's the date on that letter?
This letter was dated Tuesday, April 12th, 2022.
Let's go back over to B6. And going down to E. What's that requirement by the agreement?
This is the 12-step section where it requires that participant, in this case, this participant is to fulfill the requirement of attending at least 3 peer support meetings each week and to maintain a sponsor and to have that sponsor provide quarterly reports.
So we just showed that she was not meeting that at all. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's why the letter was issued.
That is correct.
Okay, going over to B11. Can you tell us what this letter was issued for?
This letter of concern was for missed check-ins for 1/20/2022, 8/16/2022, and 9/12/2022, as well as on 9/12/2022. Ms. Mahan was selected for a test and did not show.
What was the date on that letter?
It was dated September the 14th, 2022.
And going over to B12, can you tell us what that letter is for also?
For violation of the monitoring agreement, specifically section 2C, which is abstention, where the participant agrees and understands that any unauthorized use of mood-altering substances will be considered a relapse and will result in a reassessment followed by the appropriate actions through the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program. That violation of the monitoring agreement, section 2D, specifically medication use, that the licensee understands that she must have MMVP notified of any and all information regarding consumption or use of alcohol, or mood-altering or controlled or addictive substances, whether prescription or non-prescription, and that said notification must be submitted to the board verbally within 24 hours of consumption and use, and in writing within 5 working days of consumption of use of the alcohol, mood-altering substance, prescription or non-prescription. And on 9/15/2022, the participant admitted relapse during a Zoom meeting with the case manager and the program manager, the use of mood-altering substances for the past 3 months, and that the substance was obtained from a convenience store.
So she admitted to relapsing during the program.
That is correct.
Did she notify, was that the first time she had notified you or the program manager?
That was the first time we found out about the use from her.
And according to her statement of the last 3 months, she had relapsed about 2 years from the time she enrolled. Is that correct?
If that was 3 months prior to, yes.
Let's go over to B7. Can you tell the board panel what this document is?
This is the Spectrum Compliance Report.
And what does it show?
It lists missed check-ins, a total of 18. There were 2 no-shows, that there were 27 negative drug tests, 1 that was rejected, 6 values out of range. And it addresses attendance reports. Compliant attendance 50, non-compliance 11.
Did it have any positive test results on it?
No.
Let's go to B16. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Employer Report.
What does it say about her attendance in that report?
It states that Ms. Mahan was a no-call, no-show on 8/15/22, 8/16/2022, and 9/12/2022.
There's also questions on there about drug and alcohol screens. What did they check on there? If they were having issues or if there was issues of concern?
Has any job-related behavior resulted in the request for a drug and alcohol screen? They said yes. Have there been any problems with patient care and or documentation? They said yes,
So they said yes on the patient care as well, is what you said.
yes. Patient care or documentation.
I believe the facility attached an addendum to that report. On 8/5/2022, what type of behavior was she reported to display?
On 8/5/2022, nurse Jamie Mahan was working night shift from 5 PM to 5 AM. The DON and HSA were notified of bizarre behavior being displayed by nurse Jamie Mahan. HSA returned to the facility and nurse Jamie Mahan was drug tested. The urine drug screen was negative. Ms. Jamie Mahan was observed to be diaphoretic, tachycardic, hypertensive, dilated pupils, altered mental status, and behavior erratic. Nurse Jamie Mahan was administered Narcan twice by our medical staff and provider. Narcan was not effective. Symptoms continued and AMR was called to assist nurse Jamie Mahan. Nurse Jamie Mahan later provided us emergency room documentation from the encounter. We allowed nurse Jamie Mahan to take the next few days off to recover.
In the next paragraph, what does it say happened on 8/15/22 and 8/16/2022?
On 8/15/2022, nurse Jamie Mahan was scheduled to work 9 PM to 5 AM. Nurse Jamie Mahan was a no-call, no-show for the shift. Multiple attempts were made to contact Ms. Jamie Mahan, but were unsuccessful. Again, nurse Jamie Mahan was scheduled for 8/16/2022 and was a no-call, no-show.
And what happened on 8/17?
As of 8/17, the DON and HSA reached out to nurse Jamie Mahan the afternoon of 8/17 and asked if she would be willing to come in for a meeting. Continue reading. On 8/18, nurse Jamie Mahan met with DON and HSA, where she was coached on communicating with the employer. During this meeting, it was decided it was in nurse Jamie Mahan's best interest to move her to a day shift position. Nurse Jamie Mahan agreed with this decision.
Did she notify the board about this change in her shift?
No,
And what does it say happened on September 10th, 2022?
on 9/10/2022, nurse Jamie Mahan was observed on camera sleeping between the medication carts in the pharmacy department.
And finally, what happened on September the 12th?
On 9/12/2022, nurse Jamie Mahan was scheduled to work the 5 AM to 5 PM shift. She was a no-call, no-show for scheduled shift. Multiple attempts were made to contact nurse Jamie Mahan and were unsuccessful. Nurse Jamie Mahan was terminated from Vital Core Health Strategies effective 9/12/2022.
Let's go to B13 and B14. Because what these were issued, both these letters of concern were issued for.
The first one is letter of concern 6. Violation of monitoring agreement, section 2H, employment and return to work agreement. I'm required to notify the MMVP program within 48 hours if I have a disciplinary meeting or employment counseling with my employer. 9/15/2022. MMVP employee report noted 3 instances of no call, no show, which were 8/15/2022, 8/16/2022, and 9/12/2022. Job-related behavior resulting in a request for a drug alcohol screen, problems with patient care and or documentation, and incidents requiring counseling, conferences, or oral written warnings during the reporting period. The next one is a letter of concern 7, violation of monitoring agreement, section 2C, abstention. I'm hospitalized or otherwise require any medical or dental treatment resulting in prescribing of mood altering medication, I will immediately report this event to MMVP and my treatment providers. I understand I must give the form entitled Medication Verification Form while in MMVP in agreement to my practitioners. I will immediately send this completed form with supporting documentation such as discharge summary and our prescriptions to the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program. 9/15/2022, the employer report of bizarre behavior on 8/5/2022 at work. Employer administration of Narcan, which was not effective, resulting in an AMR transport to the emergency room, as well as an acquaintance report on 8/17/2022 to the employer that the participant had been to the ER again for an evaluation. The Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program was not notified by the participant either of these instances.
So those letters were sent because she didn't, again, comply with the terms of her agreement.
Correct.
Can you go to B20 and tell us what those two documents are?
The first one is a note that as the case manager, I would have entered on 9/14/2022. The case manager reached out to the participant sponsor, Megan P., to inquire about the participant's progress. The sponsor advised she talked to the participant last night. She is going through a lot. She didn't go to work, is having a rough time and dealing with a bad state of depression. The sponsor noted that the participant shared that her vehicle is missing. The sponsor reported that the participant became catatonic a few weeks ago at work and ended up being transported to the hospital from her job. The sponsor also reported that the participant had exhibited multiple catatonic episodes in the past few weeks.
What's that next note talk about?
The next one is dated 10/6/2022 at approximately 9:39 a.m. Dr. Ricky Chance, the participant's primary care provider, called the case manager to report being made aware of an incident in August 2022 regarding the participant being transported to the ER due to an altered mental status experienced at work. The doctor noted a drug screen was ordered during the ER visit, but the participant left before providing a specimen. The doctor stated he had been discharged. He had discharged the participant as of 10/6/2022 from his practice due to missing 3 appointments. The doctor stated he has counseled the participant multiple times regarding missed appointments and had advised her continuing to miss appointments would result in discharge. That's when, as the case manager, I requested that the doctor complete and submit that medication verification form, annotating the mistreatments and the fact that he counseled Ms. Mahan surrounding mistreatments and subsequent discharge.
So according to these statements from the sponsors and the employers and physicians, the common theme is that Ms. Mahan suffered from an altered mental state.
That's correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Mahan.
Do you have any questions for this witness?
No, not about this. I was selected to take a drug test today, and I don't know.
It's been excused.
Okay. That's pretty much it.
Anything further for this witness?
No.
Any questions from the panel for this witness?
Quick clarification. So the last thing that you read referred to Dr. Chance and that you requested from him a final medication verification form annotating mistreatments, et cetera. Did you receive that from him? And do we have that? And I just missed it.
I think it is in there.
Okay.
I think it's B17.
Okay. Okay. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. That's all.
Anything further from the panel for this witness? According to the exhibit list, there were 7 letters of concern, is that correct?
That is correct.
So how do you determine how many letters of concern they will get?
It's on a by instant occurrence. If there are certain situations like sponsor reports, what individuals reported as the sponsors, rather than submit a separate letter of concern, all of those were put on one letter of concern. That makes sense.
And so she didn't respond to any of those letters?
It's not that she didn't respond to the letters of concern. The issuing of the letter of concern was to acknowledge MMVP, there is an issue with this action or behavior. This needs to be rectified. And there was no rectification of, there was no way as a case manager, I felt I could prove that this individual was going to AA meetings, receiving treatment, being supported by a sponsor. I could not, I had no proof of that.
So these are opportunities for the person enrolled in the program to right their behavior if
That's
it's not
correct.
compliant.
That's correct. May I address the board? I'm sorry.
No, ma'am. Any further questions from the panel? Anything further from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir.
You may be excused. Ms. Mahan, now is your opportunity to share with the board anything you have to share regarding this matter. We did not show where you had any witnesses testify to call on to speak on your behalf. So you may proceed. I'm sorry, we will allow for Mr. Walker as well as members of the board panel to ask you questions. You may begin.
Well, I didn't bring an attorney today because I have no desire to deny that.
I don't need you to speak up a little.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't have any desire to deny that I relapsed or that any of this stuff has happened. Because it did happen. Most of my letters of concern were about dilute drug tests, which wasn't an intentional thing. I guess I just drink too much water sometimes. The mixed check-ins that were a week long and where I missed a drug test, I was actually in a psychiatric hospital for that week. I've been sober now since October 1st. I go to meetings every day, sometimes multiple meetings a day. This is actually my sponsor that's here with me now. I see her almost every day at a meeting, but we definitely speak every day. And I've been working the steps again. I regret that I let the opportunity to complete the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program get away from me, but I appreciate that the board takes the time to hear these sort of situations out. This has been a difficult disease. I didn't expect for it to be as hard as it was. And I'm on new medication now. And I feel stabler. Like, I don't think I could have come and sat before you today, 6 months ago. But I feel stabler than I have in a really long time. And I feel confident that with my sponsor and with continued accountability, that I can prove that I am not just a proficient nurse, but I'm a safe nurse and that I can be an asset again. And I think that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Mahan. Mr. Walker, do you have any questions for Ms. Mahan?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Ms. Mahan, will you please state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment?
Jamie Mahan, Harrison County, work at McDonald's right now.
Can we tell the board your educational background?
I went to the University of Mississippi. I have my bachelor's degree in nursing,
And what year did you get your bachelor's in nursing?
2013.
Prior to the allegations made against you today, have you had any disciplinary action brought against you before the board?
Yes, sir.
So it seems like a lot of your problem that or a lot of things you were disciplined or the issues letters of concern for were your missed check-ins. Why did you have all these missed check-ins?
Honestly, I feel like it wasn't that many, just on a 365 days out of the year type of thing. There were a few times that I definitely completely forgot. The first missed drug test, I remembered, but it was late in the afternoon and all of the clinics that were available had closed. And the second one, like I said, I was in the hospital. But for the most part, I checked in daily.
What led to you getting into the program?
Drug use,
What drug?
any drug I could find,
I'm sorry.
any drug that I could get, Adderall, Xanax, street drugs.
You referenced a while ago a disease. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, sir.
A drug problem?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been using?
I started using in 2015.
2015. What led to that start?
Or lifestyle choices.
Did you ever use any drugs while you were working as a nurse?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever take any drugs from a facility while you were working as a nurse?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever work as a nurse under the influence?
Yes, sir.
We mentioned a while ago, I believe, and in your letters of concern, there were several issues with, you kept going through sponsors. Well, why did you keep changing sponsors?
You're required to have a sponsor, and I think I was just reaching out and trying to find anybody that would say that they were sponsoring me, but it was difficult to find somebody that I like truly connected with. But I've had the same sponsor now since mid-November, October. I don't intend on losing any more sponsors.
So was it just a connection issue with the other? Because you went through 4, correct?
2 of them relapsed, but
Oh, so 2 of your sponsors relapsed?
yes, sir.
So can you talk about the night you had, I guess, a breakdown at work and had to go to the ER? Can you tell us about that?
I don't know what stemmed or what caused it, but yeah, I had a pretty severe panic attack and I couldn't speak. I was having trouble understanding what people were saying to me. I think I knew that I wasn't in a good mental state. I think I knew that I wasn't safe to be practicing, and it just all kind of hit me at once while I was at work.
Were you using at the time?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you didn't left before they performed the drug screen?
No, sir. I don't remember that happening.
Were you discharged?
I don't remember them asking me for a drug screen. I may have just walked out of the ER, but it wasn't like an intentional, the medicine or the pills that I was taking this time were like Miss Sharon said, from the convenience store, and they weren't going to show up on the test anyway. So no, that's not why that's not why I left without taking the drug screen.
But you were taking stuff then at the time, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When was the last time you used drugs?
September 28th, I think.
Of 2022?
Yes, sir. Wait, yes.
So you've been using since 2015, so roughly.
I was sober for 18 months, at least 18 months.
At what time?
During what time?
Yeah.
From June 2020, and I don't remember exactly what the date was, or around the time that I started using those convenience store drugs.
So what was it before the convenience store? I know you said Adderall. I mean, was it anything else? What were you diverting from hospital facilities?
Opiates.
Opiates. Is that, you were caught sleeping at work between the carts? Is that why you were sleeping at work?
Probably, yes, sir.
You talked, I believe one of your sponsors, and maybe, I think you admitted to your sponsors that you were suffering depression. Is that, are you seeing anybody about that now?
Yes, I have a therapist that I've been seeing. He wrote a letter of recommendation. I think it says in there when we started seeing each other weekly, but yeah, I have a therapist that I've been seeing, and there's also a prescriber with their therapy practice, like a medicine prescriber, the nurse practitioner that I saw earlier this week.
So how often you say you meet weekly with your therapist?
Yes, sir.
So would you say you're a drug addict now?
I mean, I guess it depends on who's asking. I'm clean. I'm not using drugs, but I mean, the reality is it's a chronic disease, so I will always suffer with addiction.
Are you taking any medications currently?
Just my prescribed medication. As prescribed.
You have a family history with any type of addiction or drug problem?
Yes, sir.
So who's your support system?
Right now I'm living with my grandparents. Neither one of them have ever used any substances that I know of. My family's very supportive. And my family through AA and NA is also very supportive.
So do you think you can be around medications now in a hospital and not divert drugs?
I would like to start at maybe a clinic, stay away from drugs for as long as possible.
I have no further question, John.
Any questions from the panel for Ms. Mahan?
I just have a couple. We really appreciate you being here and telling us your story. Just a couple of things. You said that you've referenced a panic attack, you've referenced depression. What other diagnoses have you received from a provider?
That's all that generalized anxiety and major depressive disorder.
And what?
Major depressive disorder.
And you were clear that what you're taking currently is prescription and as prescribed. Will you tell us what those drugs are?
Yes, ma'am. Abilify, Lexapro, and Remeron.
And when you say that you have a supportive family, other than your grandparents, what is your support network and your sponsor?
My mom is very supportive. My stepdad's really supportive. And then, like I said, I have a huge family in AA and NA that are just, they're very supportive as well. Thank you.
So your immediate family, like your mother and your stepfather, is there any history of drug use there?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I don't have any more.
Anything further from the panel?
Few questions. Have you ever been to a rehab program or any inpatient treatment?
Yes, ma'am. In 2020, I went to Bradford in Warrior, Alabama for 14 weeks.
And was that kind of what prompted that initial sobriety?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what, did you go there kind of on your own accord, or were you required by any?
No, ma'am. I went there on my own accord.
And as far as getting into the MNVP, were you ever terminated from a job because of this, or was this all your decision?
I self-reported.
Self-reported. You've never had discipline at work for any drug use?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything you can identify that caused you to relapse?
Just the disease. I mean, it told me that this is over the counter, it's safe. It won't be a problem. You've stopped before, you can stop again. I honestly didn't think that it would turn into an everyday thing again. And it just did.
And what, I know you said it was from a gas station, but what was it?
It's like the over the counter name was Zaza, but it's tianeptine.
And what was it? What did that do? What kind of mood altering did that cause?
If you just take, a small amount more than you're supposed to, it was euphoric and kind of gave you energy. And if you take exceedingly large amounts, it's very similar to opiates.
And what this time made you decide to stop?
I had tried to stop for a long time before I actually got to the point where I did stop. I don't want to be an unsafe nurse, and I have no desire to surrender my license. My intention is to stay clean and to do whatever is necessary to have my license back, like in full, and be able to practice.
Is there anything that you can like identify that makes this time different than the last as far as staying sober?
I don't think so. Other than, I thought that there was some way that I could use mind altering substances and have it be okay. And I think I realize now that it doesn't matter what it is or how safe it may seem. For me, it is absolutely unsafe, and my life will become unmanageable if I use mind altering or mood altering substances.
And is there any specific trigger that you have identified that causes you to use any drugs or substances, or to I guess feel out of control, where you would need something to support you?
It's never that I feel like I need the drugs. I think I got lulled into a false sense of security that, I was okay and that this was okay and that I could manage it. And I think I just thought because it wasn't illegal that it was okay. But when stressful situations happen, such as today, those are not the times that I want you even think of using. It's usually when things are going good and I feel like it will, be without consequence.
And you had mentioned about starting use of drugs in 2015. And you just said it was lifestyle choices, poor lifestyle choices.
Yes, ma'am. Just bad company and not being wiser.
And when you say you basically used any drugs you could get your hands on, that included pills? Was that IV drug use?
No, ma'am. I have not used IV before.
Okay. So with that, so I know you said Adderall, Xanax, and opiates, heroin, cocaine, meth, anything like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And has it been since 2020 since you've used any of those drugs?
No, ma'am. It's been since June 16th of 2015.
But that's the last time?
Sorry, 2020.
Okay.
June 15th of
2020. So
2020.
the only thing that you've used since then is the convenience store.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've worked since then, since 2020 as a nurse?
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes,
And you have not diverted any drugs?
no,
since then?
ma'am.
And have you ever sold
No,
drugs?
ma'am.
Anything like that? And do you plan to continue your therapy weekly?
Absolutely.
Is there a
yes.
certain amount of time that,
No, I think that therapy is good for me for the foreseeable future.
and you're attending meetings currently, AANA meetings?
Yes, ma'am, daily. And I have been since October. I just was not in a fit state to keep up with paperwork of any sort.
So you've been consistent with your meetings since October of 22. You've had the same sponsor since that time as well. And you've been seeing a therapist since November weekly.
Yes, ma'am.
So everything in that regard has been consistent. Have you had any? Sorry, I don't have everything in front of me as far as your negative drug screens. Whatever the last one was. Do you know when your last drug screen was? Off your head?
Like a week or two ago.
It's been recent. And so you said that you wanted to stay out of a nursing position that would put you, I guess, at risk for diversion. Is there any certain area that you are interested in?
I think initially starting back that a clinic setting would probably be, low stress and low risk, if you will, but I would eventually like to get back into the hospital. My background's in the ICU setting, and I don't think that diversion will be an issue moving forward.
Thank you. That's all questions.
Anything further from the panel?
I'm just curious, do you have a current provider that you see regularly?
No, ma'am, not at the moment, but I do have insurance. That was one of the reasons that my last primary care physician and I separated our relationship. I have insurance and I intend on finding a primary care doctor, but in the meantime, I've only seen the nurse practitioner at the therapy office that I go to.
Only other question I have is when you made the comment about wanting to be in a clinic, because you're concerned about being in the area where these meds are. Do you feel that you are safe to practice nursing for your patients, and for yourself?
Absolutely. I do.
Anything further from the panel? Mahan, you testified about 2 sponsors that relapsed. Recall at what point that occurred?
August maybe and September. I'm not sure exactly. No,
August and September of,
2022.
how were you notified of that?
They told me that they did not, they couldn't sponsor me anymore because they had relapsed.
Did that have any impact on you that you recall?
No, sir. I mean, not as far as my sobriety went. I was struggling at the time. And I honestly don't know what changed in October, like right at the end of September and at the beginning of October. I just said, this is insanity. And I threw the rest of the pills that I had away and I never got more.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Now, Ms. Mahan, you will have an opportunity to make a closing statement. Is there anything further you'd like to share with the panel at this time?
I'd just like to say that whatever the judgment is, whatever the disciplinary action, as long as there is a path back to nursing for me, that I am open to it and I'll do whatever is required of me. And I just appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahan. Mr. Walker, have your closing statement.
Thanks, John. Ms. Mahan has violated several terms of her agreement. She missed check-ins repeatedly and did not show up for tests she was selected for. She did not work the 12 steps as required and did not contact any of her multiple sponsors like she was required to. She also had a relapse in the middle of the program. She has shown that she suffers from an altered mental state and has dealt with depression so severe she did not go to work. She even had an episode where she was required to go to the ER. These actions constitute violations of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1F. She has violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice and also Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1I. And that she suffers from a physical, mental, or emotional condition that renders her unable to perform nursing services or duties with reasonable skill and safety. Accordingly, we respectfully request this board panel exercise all available options within the board's power in regards to her license to practice nursing in this state to ensure public safety. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. You have a closing statement you can make it, Ms. Mahan.
I don't, thank you.
Thank you very much. That will conclude the testimony in this matter. At this time, I entertain a motion for the board panel to go into close determination regarding whether executive session is necessary.
I'll second.
It has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session regarding case number 2020-1308, license number R 868-864, and case number 2022-113, license number R 894-384.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now in executive session for deliberation on these matters. We'll return shortly with decisions in each. Have a seat down.
Reminder to make sure all those exhibits in there are.
Hello, Taste
Do we have,
tablet.
sir?
Alyssa earlier, was she on?
She's good.
You want to do Alyssa next?
Hello, Tay. Robinson, are you on?
This is me, just.
Did I not hand you that?
Miss Alyssa, are you still on?
Let me go look.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Alyssa, are you on another computer by chance?
No, ma'am. I am on just one computer.
Thank you, Miss Alyssa.
Thank you.
Robinson. Ms. Robinson, are you on the Zoom?
It says. Where did you put in your beers exhibits? Well, I covered you on this last one, but where's your, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I did, but.
Okay, fine. Like I stuck my earpiece and I could hear a little better. Then I got hot.
It was hard. That was like.
be up next or something.
Hey, Miss Alyssa?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, this is Deanne Salzman. I'm one of the attorneys with the Board of Nursing.
Yes, ma'am.
Currently, the board panel is in executive session for the other two matters, and they'll come back and announce a decision, and then your matter will be next. I just wanted to let you know that you're up next, since you're patiently waiting on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello?
How come I can't hear?
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. We'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 868-864. The board panel renders the following. The license will be suspended. However, the licensee will be allowed to obtain a probationary license after completing the following stipulations within 180 days. To include compliance affidavit, conference with compliance officer, releases, educational courses to include documentation, medical errors, prevention and safety, $500 fine. Once these preconditions are met, there will be a 12-month probationary period that will require employer reports, notice of changes, a copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? Spears, you may be excused. Following deliberation on license number R 894-384. The board panel rendered the following. The license is revoked with drug-related recommendations to include notification of changes, present and future employer notification, evaluation for chemical dependency, psychiatric, psychological evaluation. The licensee will be eligible to apply for reinstatement 1 year from the date the final order is signed in this matter. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 60 days of the completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? You may be excused. The next matter before the board panel. Case number 2019-0158. License number P330316. Licensee present.
Yes, sir.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Hoot.
I will note for the record that the licensee is present via Zoom. Ms. Coote, do you have a camera you can turn on, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We will proceed as follows. We will have opening statements. We will hear arguments from both parties and allow for questions. Following the completion of both arguments, we'll have closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render a decision which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Ms. Coote, will you please raise your right hand as well, please? Do you each solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll note for the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Ms. Coote, you are not represented by counsel, is that correct?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to an attorney?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board in your behalf.
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony you're ready to proceed in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We introduced in evidence B1 through B11. And also, Ms. Coote sent in, it's R1.
Ms. Coote, do you have any objection to these exhibits?
No, sir.
Thank you. They are admitted. Mr. Walker, we can begin with your opening statement.
Thanks, Ron. We are here today because of the actions of Ms. Coote. On or about February 13th, 2019, she signed a provider's signature on a UDA order sheet for a urine drug screen. This was done without the provider's consent. When questioned about the incident, she replied she did it all the time at the nursing home. This is in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G, which states that a licensee is in violation of the statute if the licensee has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries on records. Ms. Moody admitted to signing the physician's name on the order without authorization. She also attempted to pass forged prescription, which is considered unprofessional conduct stated in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, specifically Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2P. In a separate incident on or about February 28th, 2019, it was alleged that Ms. Moody disclosed patient information to someone who did not have a need to know. It was stated that Ms. Moody discussed the patient's blood count with friends. Moody stated that she only told her friends that the patient was to go to the clinic that she works at. This is a violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, specifically Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2N. The licensee is engaged in unprofessional conduct if the licensee has violated the confidentiality or of information or knowledge concerning a patient. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Moody to practice in this state as a nurse. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Coote, if you have Ms. Moody, if you have a opening statement, you can make it at this time. It's not required.
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Chair, I'd like to call Mr. Dwayne Jamison. Please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the record.
Dwayne Jamison, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since 1991.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations resulting in disciplinary actions related to nursing license?
Yes, I have.
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing in this state?
Yes.
You would please turn to what has been marked as B2 and ID that document for us.
B2 is licensure information for Alyssa Moody Coop,
When was she first licensed in Mississippi?
January 13th, 2015.
What was she licensed as?
She was licensed as an LPN.
Would you please ID exhibit B5? The second page.
Second page of B5 is a copy of the complaint.
And what are the charges against Miss Coops?
That she violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G, and that she falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. That she violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, in that she engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2P, passing or attempting to pass a forged prescription. Also, that she violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, in that she engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2N, violating confidentiality of information or knowledge concerning the patient.
And what are the facts in the complaint supporting those charges?
On or about February 13, 2019, Ms. Moody signed a provider's signature on a UDA order sheet for a urine drug screen to be performed without the provider's consent. And also on or about February 28, 2019, Ms. Moody disclosed patient information to someone who did not have a need to know.
All right, if you would please go to B6 and identify that document for the board.
B6 is a report of disciplinary action from Memorial Hospital at Gulfport.
And who's named on that report?
Alyssa Moody.
And what is the infraction?
The infraction is that she signed the provider's signature on an order for send out on a urine specimen without authorization.
Can you go over to B7 and tell us what that document is as well?
Okay, B7 is an email from the facility.
And what does the author of that email say that she spoke with Ms. Moody about?
She spoke with her about the document in which she signed the provider's signature without permission.
And what did she say the reasoning was for that?
According to Ms. Moody, the reasoning was that she was overwhelmed with work and was getting behind and thought it would speed up the process.
And did she say this is the first time that she has signed the provider's name?
No, according to this document, she stated that she did it all the time at the nursing home.
Let's go to B8. Can you tell us what this is?
Okay, B8 is an order where the subject reportedly falsified the provider's signature.
Can you tell us where on that page the signature is?
It's on the lower left-hand corner where it states provider signature.
Let's go to B9. Can you tell us what that document is as well?
B9 is another report of disciplinary action at Memorial Hospital at Gulfport.
And who's named on that report?
Alyssa Moody.
And what's the infraction on that one?
This infraction is that she disclosed patient information to friends without authorization.
Let's go to one more exhibit, B10. On the bottom of that email, the first page, the first paragraph, you don't read the names, but what is alleged that Ms. Moody disclosed to her friends?
That the patient's count was 7,000.
And she disclosed this to her friends, is that correct?
It did mention that it was disclosed to some friends.
And in the bottom of that paragraph, what does she say that the patient had done?
That the patient had blood work performed at Highland Community Hospital.
And what's the date on that?
The date is February 25th.
In the second paragraph, what does it say about the audit of Ms. Moody Coots' access to those records?
That she actually accessed the patient's records on February 28th.
So let's go to the email on the top of that page. What does Ms. Moody say about the blood count?
She basically denied telling them about the blood count.
And what does she admit to doing anything?
According to this email, she admits she told them she worked at the clinic where the patient goes.
And what does she say about accessing the patient's chart?
She actually denied accessing the patient's chart.
But we have already showed that she did actually access it. Is that correct?
According to the information from the facility, yes.
Does she offer any explanation as when she is shown the report as why she accessed the patient's chart?
There's no explanation provided in the documents that we have.
That's all I have. Now.
Ms. Coot, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel? Anticipate any further testimony from this witness, counsel? You may be excused. Anything further from the state at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Coot,
Yes, sir.
you may share with the board your position on this matter.
Well, I don't think some of it is correct. I did deny speaking about a patient's blood count because I didn't. I did admit that she did come to the clinic that I worked at since I was moved from family practice to infectious disease. And on that specific day, I did access her chart. So that's not what I told Miss Lori, which was the lady who called me in her office. They put me on labs that specific day, and they wanted me to call the patients who had abnormal labs for the doctor. And when I realized who it was, her name in the computer was different. I went to school with this specific patient. She was actually in a relationship with my ex-husband. When I realized who she was, I closed out of the chart. And it shows, like in that email, it also shows that I wasn't the only staff member that accessed her chart from infectious disease.
Okay, Ms. Coot, Mr. Walker may have some questions for you. The board panel may have some questions for you as well. We'll start with Mr. Walker.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Coot, will you please state your name, residence, and current place of employment for the record?
Alyssa Moody Coot. I live in Hancock County, and I work at Innovative Medical Clinic in Slidell.
And how long have you been there?
I started working here September of 2019. I left July 2020. Moved to Northern Alabama, and I worked for Southern Health Partners. And then I returned September of 2021.
So where all have you worked as a nurse? Can you give us your employment history, please?
I started working at Woodland Village Nursing Center in Diamond Head. From there, I moved to Bedford Care Center in Picayune. From Bedford Care Center, I went to Driftwood Nursing Center in Gulfport. From there, I went to Dunbar? I worked at Dunbar Nursing Center in Bay St. Louis. I've worked for the South Mississippi Regional Center, which is facility for mental health. I worked for Oshner Medical Center in the cardiology department. Southern Health Partners at Blount County Correctional Facility. I think that's it.
So you licensed in, you're in Louisiana now, is that correct? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So you're licensed in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana?
I have a compact license. Yes.
Okay. Have you had any action or any disciplinary action, I should say, in any of those states?
No, sir.
And you said something a while ago about, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. You said in the email, the lady said that you didn't say you accessed the chart. You actually told her you did access the chart. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure we have it clear.
Yes, I did tell her I accessed the chart because they switched me. I was in family practice with Dr. Burwell, and they switched me to infectious disease with Dr. Pinnico. And she was a patient of Dr. Pinnico's. And I didn't know like the way the office worked. So they were still trying to like orientate me to the office. So they asked me to do lab results because they were kind of behind. We were all shorthanded. And I was doing the lab results. And once I realized who it was, I got out of her chart because she was in that kind of relationship with my ex-husband.
Okay, so I guess my question is, follow-up to that would be, since you did access the chart and you could see it, and I know you said that other staff members did as well, but it was reported that this patient's information was disclosed to your friends. Is that correct?
That's what the patient reported, that I disclosed it to. It technically wouldn't be my friends. It's my husband's family.
So would any of these other people that access the chart have any contact with that group of people, I guess is where I'm going.
I don't know.
So I guess what I'm saying is the people that knew you or your husband's, ex-husband's people, group of friends, like that information had to have come from somewhere. So would anybody else in that had access been able to have that knowledge of that patient?
Just the patient. She was best friends with my husband's brother's girlfriend, who supposedly is the one that I told it to.
So there's no connection between this other group of staff, any of the staff members from the infectious disease clinic there's no connection between them and that group of people.
I don't remember who the staff members were.
Okay. Can you tell us about the day you forged the provider's signature?
That was on February 12th. No. I'm sorry. That was on February 13th. We were extremely busy. I was in a clinic with 3 providers, and the MD actually ran a Suboxone clinic, which is where this drug screen came from. He ran it in clinic with family practice. I was the only nurse in the office for 3 providers plus the Suboxone clinic. And I was just, honestly, I mean, I did what I did. And I was under the assumption that there was like a stand-in order for a urine drug screen, especially with a Suboxone clinic. And I was just overwhelmed and stressed out, and I understand what I did, and I know that it's not right, and it wasn't something that I should have done. So I do hold myself accountable for my action.
Is it, so I don't know, I'm asking for clarification. If there's a standing order, is that something you would normally do, still sign the provider's signature?
I would usually, I would handwrite the provider's signature and then put a slash and then put my name behind it.
Is that a normal practice? I'm asking for clarification. Is that something that's normally done?
That is something that is done, like, yes, nursing homes and things like that. That's how you would order something.
So you also stated in there, according to the statement, that you did it all the time at the nursing home. Was that like a normal practice there?
That's not true. That would be if I ordered something, it would be written on an order form. You would call the provider, you would ask the provider if he wanted to order anything. If he did want to order it, you would read it back to him. You'd write it on an order slip. You'd put the provider's name, your name, and then you would sign underneath it, and then you would flag it, and the provider would come and sign behind you.
So this wasn't really a normal practice. You signing the provider's name that day, it was not something that's normal practice or that you've done.
No,
Have you done it since?
no, sir.
Would you say that was just a shortcut to make things easier that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that something you normally do, is take a shortcut if it's busy?
No, sir.
And I know you sent in the text message with Dr. Burwell, and he said it really wasn't a problem from him, but does that justify it at all for you?
No, I wouldn't justify my actions, no.
I have no further questions, John.
Any questions for Ms. Coop from the panel?
Miss Mady, have you ever forged a prescription?
No, sir.
You've never forged a prescription,
No,
but you agree that you did do a HIPAA violation.
no, I never did a HIPAA violation. I mean, I told them that I worked at the clinic, but I never told them anything about her medical record, no.
So you didn't disclose that a patient came to a clinic where you worked to friends?
I didn't think that was a HIPAA violation. That's not telling them medical records. That's just saying I work at a clinic that she comes to. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. This is all new to me.
I think a HIPAA violation, would you agree that a HIPAA violation falls under confidentiality?
Yes,
Did you reveal lab values of a patient who came to that clinic?
no, sir.
You did not.
No.
All right. Do you agree that you forged a provider signature on an order?
I did.
And you agreed that you wrote an order without the permission of a provider?
Well, I did have permission from him. I mean, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but that was just a normal thing in that clinic.
So, without belaboring the point,
I never personally did. Okay. I never worked the Suboxone clinic. He always had his scribe work in the Suboxone clinic, and she would be the one to do the urine drug screens and stuff.
so I want to read the statement that's in this email here, and I want you to tell me if this is true or not. It's dated March 1st, 2019, from Terry Pierce to Miss Lori Lemoyne, I guess. I spoke to patient blank again on Thursday morning. A patient was talking with her friends and boyfriend. They told that Alyssa Moody came to their house the previous evening to bring them her wedding invitation and said to them, "Looks like patient got a little effed up this past weekend because count was around 7,000. Patient explained that there had been a Mardi Gras float and all around the parade this past weekend. It goes on and on talking about the patient had blood work done at Highland Community Hospital. This is exhibit B10.
Right,
Is
and
this-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Is this all false statements?
That is a false statement. I wouldn't have had access to labs from Highland Community Hospital.
You did not work at Highland Community Hospital or its affiliates at that time?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
So, Ms. Cute, I just want to verify that you do not have access to her labs? From
Not
Highland to Dr. Pinico's office?
The labs that were done at Dr. Pinico's, yes. But she's saying that I had access to labs. She had labs done at Highland Community. I had no access to those labs.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. Coote, you will have an opportunity to make a closing statement. Is there anything further you'd like to share with the panel at this time?
I would just say that I do hold myself accountable for my poor decisions and my actions. I do ask that the board show leniency so that I can still practice nursing and continue my education.
All right, thank you, ma'am. The council, yes, we'll have your closing statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse if that nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Moody, by her own admission, forged the signature of a provider on an order for a urine drug screening. This constitutes a violation of both Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G, falsifying entries in essential records, and Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2P, attempting to pass a forged prescription. She also revealed confidential information or knowledge concerning a patient which is in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2N. She denied relaying the patient's information, but she also denied accessing the patient's chart, which she clarified. Accordingly, we respectfully request that this board panel consider taking all disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Moody. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Coote, if you have a closing statement, you can make it now.
No, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Coote, we actually have another matter we're going to hear. You can remain on, but if you do so, please mute your microphone.
Okay.
Next matter before the board panel. Case number 2021-0096. License number R 911028. Janella Robinson. The licensee present.
I am.
Let the record reflect that the licensee is present via Zoom. We will proceed as follows. We will have opening statements. We will hear arguments from both sides and allow for questioning of each. Once the arguments are completed, we will allow for closing statements. Board panel will make findings of fact, conclusions of law. A copy of the decision will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 60 days of the completion of these proceedings. This time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn. Are you ready, Ms. Robinson?
I am.
Will you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Jones, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. I will note for the record that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Mr. Walker, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. Can we introduce in evidence B1 through B14 and also R1 and R2 from the respondent? And also, Your Honor, these exhibits contain some confidential patient information. We'd like to seal the exhibits if we could.
So noted for the record. Ms. Robinson, do you have any objection to these exhibits?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you. They are admitted. Mr. Walker, we can begin with your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Robinson is charged with violating Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G, repeatedly in a negligent manner, making incorrect entries or failing to make essential entries on records, and also violating Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1E, negligently or willfully practicing nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Ms. Robinson reported to work on January 23rd, 2021 at UMC at 7:01 p.m. and clocked out at 9:14 p.m. There is no evidence that she assessed any assigned patients, passed out medications, or even made rounds. Ms. Robinson even admitted that she did not chart because the screen made her head hurt. There were reports that one patient had been crying out in pain during the time Ms. Robinson was at work. Patient had been prescribed pain medication at 7:15 p.m. and when Ms. Robinson left at 9:14, it has still not been administered. These actions constitute violations of the Nursing Act and substantiate the charges against Ms. Robinson. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Robinson to practice as a nurse in the state. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Robinson, before we move any further, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
No, sir, I'm not.
You understand you have the right to an attorney?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
Yes, sir.
You're ready to proceed in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
Yes, sir. My opening statement is, I did not neglect any patients. I do understand that I did not chart in the particular charts that particular night. I made rounds on my patients, all 5 of my patients, and in question, there were 2 or 3 patients who said they did not see me. I've never neglected any patient.
even when I've been sick myself. And then there was just some issues that I saw with some of the evidence that the times just didn't add up in regards to me having administered medication to the young lady who was sick in question. So I just hope that I'm heard in regards to where I was as a nurse at that particular night. And it's realized that I do nursing because I care, not for just the fact of it being a job or being my financial means. I really do care about my patients.
All right, thank you, Ms. Robinson. You will have an opportunity to share more with the board. This time we'll begin with Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's call Hoshina Jones. Can you please state your name, county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Oshina Jones, my current residence is Hines County, my place of employment, Mississippi Board of Nurses. And I worked 10 years at the Board of Nurses.
During that time, have you participated in investigations resulting in disciplinary actions related to nursing license?
Yes,
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing in your state?
yes.
You would please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2. And ID that document for the board.
B2 is the computer printout of a licensure.
And when was Ms. Robinson first licensed in Mississippi?
9/13/2018.
And what was she licensed as?
RN.
And would you please go to what's been marked as B5? The second page, and ID that document for us, please.
Second page is your complaint.
What are the charges against Ms. Robinson today?
Charge 1 is the Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1G. In that respondent falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records in, or charge 2, Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1E. And that respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice.
And what are the facts in the complaint that support those charges?
On or about January the 23rd, 2021, while employed at UMC, respondent clocked in at 7:01 p.m., clocked out at 9:14 p.m. During that time, respondent failed to access assigned patients or pass out medication. It was also reported that 3 of the 5 patients assigned to respondent stated that they had not seen respondent. One patient was said to have been crying out in pain of hours and did not receive any pain medication that was ordered by the doctor at 7:15 p.m. until 9 p.m. When another nurse took over respondent's patient, the charge nurse stated that respondent gave report before leaving. However, respondent did not report that rounds was made or that medication were given. Respondent stated the rounds were made, but there is no documentation to support that claim.
Let's go to B12. Will you tell us what this document is?
Looks like a time clock sheet.
Can you tell us who's named on that timesheet?
Jonelle Robinson,
And on January the 23rd, what time did she clock in?
January 23rd, looks like it's 7:29 a.m. Or not, 7:01 p.m.
And what time does it show she clocked out?
9:14 p.m.
So she clocked in at 7:01 and clocked out at 9:14. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go to B8. Tell us what that document is.
This is like an email to Pamela Greenwood. What we call it, facility report. GMC facility investigative report.
What does the authors in that report say that was reported about Ms. Robinson's actions in seeing her patients?
You want to read this? It was reported that during the 2 hours that Jonelle was clocked in, she did not access her patients, did not pass out medication, and never went to check on her patient. She was assigned 5 patients. 3 of the patients stated they had not seen their nurse since Jolene's shift started. 1 patient was crying out in pain.
What does it say? At what time the doctor put in that order for her crying out in pain?
7:15. The order was placed at 7:15, and it was never given patient until new nurse was assigned to the patient at 9 p.m.
Okay, and what time did Ms. Robinson clock in again, did we say earlier?
7:01.
Okay. And according to this, the medication was given at 9, is that correct?
Medication was given,
When a new nurse came in?
yes. Like at 9 o'clock.
Going down to the second paragraph, what does it say about the meds and the documentation?
No meds were given, no hourly rounds were charted, and no assessments were charted in the EPIC. It appears that the patient did not have a nurse until 9 p.m. when another nurse was assigned after Jolene left and went home.
So in Epic, it looked like nobody had seen them but the new nurse that started at 9, right?
Yes.
The next paragraph talks about an interview with Ms. Robinson. What does it say about her coming into work and her health?
Okay, she had a headache before coming to work and even threw up while still at home, but came on in because she knew she would be issued a written warning if she was absent again. So she was going to tough it out. She is currently in a written warning for excessive absence.
So she had an attendance issue already, is that correct?
Yes.
The following paragraph, it discusses more of what was said in that interview. What does she say is the reason the patient reported not seeing her when she went to see him?
She said that 2 of her patients were asleep and that one was confused. She said she did not pass out meds or chart that she would round because she felt so bad and was going to chart. But that the computer just made her head hurt worse.
At the bottom of the page, that last paragraph, it mentions performance notes. Can you elaborate on what those say for us?
February the 12th, 2019, performance note for felons to reassess patient's pain level in accordance of policy. March the 4th, 2019, multiple issues after review of documentation. April the 1st, 2019, Council on Documentation Deficiencies and the importance to completing required documentation on patients. 2/14/2020, performance note for failure to document pain assessment on patient. 3/13/2020, performance note for failing to document pain assessment on patient. 3/18/2020, performance note for failing to document pain assessment on patient.
Okay, let's go to page 4 of this exhibit. There's an email for the bottom of the page, starts with Denise. Will you read that whole first paragraph, please?
Denise, I was contacted Saturday, 1/23/2021 by the charge nurse concerning Jonelle Robinson, RN. She came into work at 7 p.m. At approximately 9 p.m., she left. She went to the charge nurse stating she had to leave due to a headache. The patients that were assigned to her was distributed among the nurses here. When the nurses went in to check on the patients, they found one crying in pain, another upset and pain, stated he had not seen a nurse in hours. An audit of the charts revealed no assessments had been done on any of her patients. Scheduled medications were not given, nor were any pain medication administered. An audit of the charts indicated the patient were not attended to. She failed to chart anything on any of the patients. Hourly rounds were not done on either of them.
Okay, thank you. Let's go over 2 pages to the email. It's from Natasha Quinn. What did she say about the patient in 525?
Patient call light was already going off and waiting someone to come and look at her foot. When I went into the patient's room, patient was crying hysterically and stating she was in a lot of pain. A 9:15 one-time dose of 2 milligram Dilaudid was ordered but not given. I gave it at 2100 hours, along with other medications that had been ordered prior to me receiving report. No assessment was charted, no rounds were charted, no meds were given prior to me taking over the patients.
So nothing was done before she got the patient, is that correct?
Yes,
Did the patient complain of not seeing another nurse?
yes.
Let's go to the next email from Jasmine Moore. What did she say happened or did not happen prior to her getting a report from Ms. Robinson?
Jasmine Moore's email says, no medication was given or rounds documented at 4 p.m. shift prior to me receiving patients. Upon entering, patient complained, asking, where have you been?
So did this patient complain of not seeing another nurse as well?
Yes.
Let's go look at B7. What does it show us according to the bottom of the page? What does it say?
At the bottom of this. 2152.
What does it state at the bottom of the page there, that this is a record of?
No pain assessment documented by Janelle between 1900 and 2152. This shows that the nurse who picked up her patient documented the pain assessment at 2152.
So this is showing that Ms. Robinson did not assess or do anything for that patient or chart it. Is that correct?
Right.
And on the next page, what does that show?
This shows that Janelle did not document an assessment on the patient. The assessment was documented by the nurse picking up the patient at 21:45 hours.
So all of these show that nothing was charted or administered by Ms. Robinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's go back to B6. You gotta do that document for us.
B6 is a respondent statement.
And what does she say she was suffering from on the evening of January 23rd?
Excruciating headache.
And what does she say she did before she got into the building when she reported to work?
I never experienced yet. Before she reported to work? Well, let's start at the top. Can we do that? Shows that she went to the restroom. I vomit twice is what she did. Before I even made it into the building, I vomit twice.
That she was experiencing pain before she got there, correct? Did she say that she made rounds on patients?
So once I got to work, I located the nurses that I was to receive report from, which included 3 different nurses for 5 patients. After receiving my first report, I had to go to the restroom to vomit again. I got report from the second nurse and the third nurse was in patient's room. So I did not finish receiving report until at least 1945 or after. Once I had gotten the report on all patients, I made rounds on all patients. The young lady in question that was excruciating pain was asleep when I rounded. Her girlfriend was in bed with her. And when I went in to introduce myself, her girlfriend waved me out because she did not want her to be awakened. Well, she had just recently gone to sleep.
So the patient that was in pain that was discussed earlier, she said she did go see her, but she was told not to wake her up. Is that correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes, sir.
do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir, I do not. Yes, I do. I do. The order, the actual doctor's order said that the pain medication was put in 1915. But a copy that I have of the actual doctor's order shows that the order was put in at 1652 before I even reported to work. Do you have that, Ms. Jones?
What exhibit do you have that on?
So it doesn't show it on the exhibit list. I did hire an attorney initially who got documents for me. And after I reviewed the documents and he reviewed them with me, I didn't need his help because I saw that there were discrepancies in the documentation. So I'm not sure why you all wouldn't have it, but there was a doctor's order that shows it was placed at 1652, not 715, as the documents from the charge nurse and Miss Sissy Lee and Miss Denise Hucks and Natasha Cotton stated, which was 1915 that it was ordered. No, it was ordered at 1852 before I even got to work.
Ms. Robinson, did your attorney provide that to the board?
Well, my attorney was not, I let the attorney go after he'd given me the information. I assumed that the board would have gotten the information from UMC with the rest of the information that they have now.
So you don't know if your attorney forwarded that information to the board?
No, I don't.
And you didn't forward it to the board yourself?
No, sir, I didn't realize I was responsible for forwarding documents from UMC. The doctor's order, I thought should have been part of the proof that the time of the order, in which I didn't know I was responsible for submitting.
Do you have any other questions for this witness?
No, sir, I don't.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel? Any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Any further testimony anticipated from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
May be excused. Right, Ms. Robinson, you can share with the board at this time any information you have on this matter.
Yes, sir. I wanted to know if you all have the exhibit from a nurse who did work that night as well, who was not questioned by the nurse manager to submit a statement on my behalf, which I did contact her. There's a statement from Danielle Payne, who witnessed events of that night.
I think that's exhibit R2. Is that the document you're referring to?
Let's see, I just received an email of the exhibits this morning, so allow me a second to go through it. I apologize, Your Honor. I don't see the exhibit number, but I do know I submitted it to Mr. Walker, which he said he did also enter it into exhibit from
Yeah,
Danielle.
I believe R1 was her statement.
Okay, Ms. Robinson, we do have it.
Okay. Also, with that being said, 3 of the 5 patients stated that they did not see me. However, there were 2 who obviously didn't say that they didn't see me. So I found it highly unlikely that I would have rounded into 2 patients' rooms and not gone into the other 3. Also, with that being said, one of the practices that we practice in nursing is to cluster our care and not to work smart, not hard. So I did not chart any assessments on the patients because I had not done assessments. Our normal practice is to assess the patients once we go in to give their medication, just to kind of cluster all the care into one. And that's my normal plan. That's what I do when I go in with my patients, is I assess them when I go in to give their medications. The medications that were due at 2100, we have a 2-hour window to give those medications. We can start as early as 2000, which is 8 o'clock PM. And we have until 2200, 10 PM to administer those medications before they're considered late or not given. So the fact that I left prior to not giving medications and they were considered late or not given is incorrect, because there was still that 2-hour window. So none of the patients were late receiving any of their medications, even when the next nurses took over my care. Again, I did not chart that I had rounded initially as an introduction to the patient because the headache was so excruciating. And had I even tried to attempt to chart them, I could have charted incorrectly. Either way it went, it still could have been an incorrect entry. I could have not realized what chart I was charting on. I'd never experienced a headache of that nature. I do admit I should not have come to work that night. I did not come because of the fact that I had attendance issues, because my attendance issues were childcare related at the end of the day. If you look at it, you'll see that there were individual dates, which I can guarantee were childcare related, and there were dates that were in consecutive order. Those were days that I was actually sick. So I would have called in more days than one. So there really weren't attendance issues. We're told not to come to work sick. However, this isn't the first time that I've gone to work sick and been able to stay an entire 12-hour shift. We nurses, we do it all the time. So I would just like to say that the charge of patient neglect and not administering or not caring for my patients is totally incorrect. It's totally falsified. It's not something that I did.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Robinson.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Walker will have some questions for you, and we'll also likely have questions from the board panel for you, but we'll start with Mr. Walker.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Robinson, will you please state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
My name is Janella Robinson. My county of residence is Rankin County, Mississippi. I'm employed with Cross Country Healthcare as a travel nurse.
And where are you currently working now?
I'm currently working in Portland, Oregon.
Can you tell the board your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Southern Mississippi, 2002. And I have a minor in psychology as well. And then I have my ADN in nursing from Hines Community College, 2016. I'm sorry, 2018.
So you've been a nurse since 2018, is that correct?
That's correct.
Prior to these allegations against you today, have you had any previous disciplinary action before this board?
No, sir, I have not.
And you're travel nursing, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any disciplinary action in another state?
No, sir.
In your statement, you said a while ago that you did round on all your patients. Why do you think that some of them said they didn't see you?
Again, the young lady was asleep. Her girlfriend waved me off. She told me that she had just gone to sleep because she had been hurting all day and that she just gotten some relief. The patient that was in room 520, I would say that was at the end of the hall. I remember him like it was yesterday. He was a very angry patient. He'd been found shot 9 times down at a gas station. He was non-compliant with everything. He did not give credit to even the doctors for basically saving his life. Let him tell it, no one did anything for him. He was a very angry patient. So I'm not surprised that he would have been the one to say, I haven't seen anyone for hours. I'm not surprised on that one. And then there was another patient that was asleep. There was an elderly patient that was in room 530 or 531. And I remember him because he reminded me of my dad, but he was asleep when I went into his room. So those patients definitely could have, that could be the reason why they said they didn't see me. If they were asleep or, again, that patient was angry, he was not compliant, no one done anything for him, let him tell it.
But you're saying that you did in fact go see your patients, is that correct?
I did. I rounded on all 5 of my patients after I got report after 7:45.
So let's go back to you said you had an order. The order on the pain medication you had was at a time before what we have it documented as, is that correct?
I do, from Dr. Joseph Donico. He placed that order at 16:52. Prior to my time, well, not 16, I'm sorry, 18:52, which would have been 6:52 p.m. I'm not due to be at work until 7. So the order was placed at 6:52 PM.
Okay, so the order was placed before you were at work, right?
That's correct.
And it wasn't administered until 9 PM after you'd already left, is that correct?
That's correct.
You also said that there. And I've never, I don't know this, I'm sure the board panel does, but for my clarification, you said there's a 2-hour window before medicine's late?
We can start administering medication if it's due at 9 PM. We can start administering it as early as 8 o'clock, and we have until 10 o'clock, well, 9:59 PM before it's considered late. So there's a 2-hour window from the 8 PM till 9:59 PM for that medication to be administered before it's considered late.
So technically that medication could have been close to being late anyway, right? If it wasn't
No.
administered until after.
No, because the medication, there was, no. He ordered it at 6:52 to be administered at 7:15. And the reasoning for him to put a time in there is because the pharmacy has to approve that it's okay for it to be administered once they look at her labs and things of that nature to make sure it's okay for her to have that dose. What time was the medication administered? It was before 8 o'clock. So no, it wasn't late. It was less than an hour that it had been administered from the time that he scheduled it to be administered.
I
Which
believe
is
according, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm sorry. That was it.
Well, I believe according to the statements we have, it was after 9 PM when it was finally administered, after you had already left.
Okay, it could have been after 9 PM. Now, with that being said, I didn't approve that order. So the nurse prior to me approved the order. So I would not have known that order. We're told, do not approve an order unless you're going to carry that order through. So with me being able to look at the computer, the short time that I had looked at it, there would have been a notification there that there was an order placed for that young lady, had it not been approved by the nurse previous to me. So I would have said, there would have been something to flag to let me know that that order was there, which that was not there. Now, again, I am responsible for reviewing the orders, but because my headache was so bad, the time that once I would have gotten to her chart, I go in order. So I think her chart maybe been the 3rd or 4th chart down. Once I'd gotten to her chart to see that order was placed, my headache wouldn't allow me to read through it. But had that notification been there that there was an order specifically placed for that patient, I would have seen specifically that order was there, but the order was acknowledged by another nurse. I never acknowledged that order. The nurse before me acknowledged the order. So technically she was supposed to give that medication.
So going back to this 2-hour window, is that a normal practice so I guess if medicine's ordered, especially if somebody's in pain, I'm assuming they need that medicine. Why would you wait 2 hours to administer it anyway?
No, that's not what I said. If a medication is ordered as a one-time dose, then that's correct. Obviously, they need the medication. But if there's a standing order where the order has been there, where this is a medication that they get every single night at 9 PM, we have a 2-hour window to administer the medication if it's a regular medication. Would that have been a one-time dose? No, that would not have been normal practice to wait 2 hours to give that young lady that medication, which I would have never done had I known that order was there.
So there was also a statement that the patient's call light had been on. Did you not see the patient's call light that was on?
Well, if the patient's call light had been on, the unit secretary would have answered the call light, and she would have paged me and let me know that patient in room 525 is calling out. That never happened.
But there were several reports that patient was calling out. So did you assess?
The several reports that the patient was calling out is word of mouth. It's he say, she say. Now Natasha was the nurse that went in. She would have gone in and she would have seen that the patient was crying, I'm sure. But that patient was not crying when I rounded on the patient. When I initially rounded on that patient was asleep. Her significant other was lying in bed with her, and she waved me out of the room because she did not want me to wake her up. So she was not crying out in pain when I made my round on her.
So did you assess that patient that night?
No, because I was not giving her medication at the time. My practice is not to assess when I go in to make rounds. My practice is to assess when I go in to pass other medications because I cluster my work.
So the reason that she was prescribed pain, according to the statements, or prescribed pain medication, was because she was in such pain. And so that was done at 6:52, according to the order you have.
Mhm.
And you're saying that when you went in when you made your rounds, that she had quit being in pain and had stopped and was now asleep?
When I made that was put in at 6:52. When I made my round, which was after 7:45, because I did not finish getting report until after 7:45, yes, she was asleep.
And she still hadn't been given her pain medication that the doctor thought she needed for a one-time use?
The order was not in when I made my round. When I made my round on her, I did not know that order was there. She was asleep. We're told not to wake a patient to give them medication. If they're sleeping, then they're not feeling pain. So when I went in, even if I had seen that order was there, I would not have wakened her to give her that medication.
Did you say the order the order was for 7, so she was prescribed at 6:52.
Mhm.
The order was to give it at 7:15. So if there's an order to give it at 7:15, you won't wake them up to give them that pain medication?
Absolutely not. You will not wake up a patient to give them pain medication if they're sleeping because they're getting relief at that moment. You don't wake up a patient to give them pain medication, no. If they're asleep, they're not feeling pain.
Do you think it's odd that she was asleep and that the doctor thought it was bad enough to give her a one-time order for it?
No, I don't think it's odd. First of all, when he placed the order, depending on what time the nurse called him to let him know that the patient was in pain, that would factor in. Depending on when he got around the time to place the order in, because they don't always put the order in right there immediately, that would factor in. And the fact that when I rounded on her, which was an hour after he actually placed the order, she could have very well fallen asleep. Especially if she had been given pain medicine within an hour before him putting that in. She could have gotten pain medicine. It could not have been being effective to her at that moment, but it still could have caused her to go to sleep. So she was asleep when I went in the room an hour after he placed the order. Yes, I do not find that odd.
Okay. So going back to this,
In my years of
V8,
nursing.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, just in my experience in nursing, that's not odd at all.
Okay. According to this performance report that was sent in by the facility on the email on B8, seems like there have been several performance notes for documentation and patient assessment. Can you speak to any of that?
I can. A lot of those documentations were coaching opportunities. They were within the first year of my nursing there at UMC, where I was considered a baby nurse, a novice nurse, a new nurse, a graduate nurse. So those were coaching opportunities. So also with that being said, there's absolutely no way that a nurse can perfectly chart on every single chart that she encounters, especially if there's a hectic night. Things are forgotten. There are things that we miss as nurses. So I think that's a very small representation of the hundreds of charts that I've completed at UMC, especially with several of them being within my first year of nursing there as a graduate nurse. Those were coaching opportunities. They were not disciplinary opportunities. I wasn't disciplined for any of them. So at the time when I was being coached on it, they were not given to me as they were not explained to me as being a disciplinary issue. They were coaching issues. So, but now there were issues performance issues. Those were coaching opportunities for me to learn.
So it looks like they were from February 2019 to March of 2020. Correct.
From June 2018 to June of 2019, that was my first year there. So March from June 19th, okay, so within maybe a year and a half of me becoming a new nurse. And again, even today, mistakes are still made in charting, and I've been, it's been longer. So that's not something that's out of the ordinary as well.
So do you think your documentation or patient assessment is better now than it was in 2019?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Have you had any other issues with performance or coaching opportunities where you're at now in Portland?
No, sir. Actually, I'm a travel nurse, and this is my 4th assignment with this travel company. I've worked at 4 different hospitals with them, and I haven't had any performance issues.
I have no further questions, John.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the panel for Ms. Robinson?
Ms. Robinson, what kind of unit did you
were you working on at UMC at the time?
It was the ortho unit, trauma, ortho/trauma.
And so ortho trauma, so the nature of the illness or the disease process or whatever for these 5 patients, do you recall what they were?
Yes, the majority of those patients were patients who either had maybe elective procedures for maybe knee replacements, hip, a lot of bone procedures, broken car accidents where ankles may have been broken, trauma, meaning the patient that was in 520, he'd been shot multiple times. So things of that nature.
Okay, and the client in particular who had the pain medication ordered, do you recall what, I believe it was a female, do you recall what her admitting diagnosis was?
I believe she was in a car accident and her ankle had been broken.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further from the panel?
Just a clarification question. When you say about approving the medication, is that just as far as in the Epic charting system?
No, that's UMC's policy. When there's an order, if you're getting ready to go off shift and you feel that you're not going to be there in time to carry out that order, you do not acknowledge the order. You leave the order there for the oncoming nurse to see, because there's an icon that pops up on the Epic charting system that shows that there's a standing order. So if you are the outgoing nurse and you have no intentions of completing this order, you are not to acknowledge the order. You are to leave the order standing there so the oncoming nurse will see that will be the first thing that they'll see. Hey, this patient has an order, and that will be the first thing that they'll look at. But that wasn't there. It had been acknowledged by the previous nurse already.
Okay. Would that still have been reflected on the MAR?
It would have been reflected on the doctor's order, actually, who acknowledged that order. Yes, it would have been. There would be somewhere in the Epic that would show the nurse that actually acknowledged that order. Yes.
But as far as for when you're coming on shift, typically when you get report, do you review the MAR, the orders? What's kind of your, I know you said kind of a clustered care process that you go through?
Typically not while you're actually in the process of getting report, because there's usually not computers that are available, because the outgoing nurse, they're sitting trying to finish up their charting. So you really don't have the time at that moment when you're receiving report to review the charts and orders. Once report is given or receive report from all my nurses for all the patients, that's when I typically go and review all my orders, review all the MARs, review everything of that nature.
And on this night in particular, did you do that?
No, because once I'm rounded on my patients, I sat down to do it. I realized that my headache, the computer screen just wouldn't allow me to look at the screen long enough. I went to the charge nurse. I let her know that I was sick and that I was going to try to tough it out. That's what I said, because I didn't want to leave them without short a nurse, which I should have thought more of myself at that night. But I did not want to leave them short of a nurse. So I went to her and told her that I wasn't feeling well, tried to tough it out, tried to look at the charts again, realized that I still wasn't able to do it. And that's when I went to her and said, look, I have to go home. I can't do it.
Did you report to your charge nurse or to the nurse you gave report to that you had not charted anything?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them that you did rounds? Did you inform them of everything you had done?
Yes, I did. And that's also in a statement from Danielle Payne, who was one of the nurses that I gave report to that night.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson, you'll have an opportunity to make a closing statement. Is there anything further you'd like to share with the panel?
No, I appreciate being heard in this matter. I would like the panel to know that I have sincerely, and wholeheartedly practiced nursing in an ethical manner. I've never willfully, never intentionally, never in my mind, unintentionally, neglected or not checked on a patient. I'm one of those nurses who actually goes above and beyond for my patients. I pray for my patients when I see that they're in pain, if they allow it. Even things as small as stopping at a grocery store to get them their favorite candy bar, things of that nature. So I'm not that nurse. And I just would appreciate if the right decision is made.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Mr. Walker, have your closing statement.
Thanks, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of the nurse. That nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Robinson failed to make essential entries on records when she did not document anything on the patient she was assigned on January 23rd. This is in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G. Ms. Robinson also failed to assess any of her assigned patients that night. One patient in particular had been prescribed pain meds for almost the entire time Ms. Robinson was clocked in. The pain medication was not administered until after Ms. Robinson left. These constitute a violation of 73-15-29-1E, which states that a licensee has violated the statute if the licensee negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Pursuant to the authority granted by the Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has power to take action on the license of Ms. Robinson. Accordingly, we respectfully ask this board panel consider taking disciplinary action on the nursing license of Ms. Robinson. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Robinson, if you have a closing statement, you can make it now.
No, sir, I don't.
All right, thank you. Counsel, will you approach, please? All right, Ms. Robinson, that will conclude this matter. We have another matter that we'll need to consider. So
Okay.
At this time, I entertain a motion for the board panel to go into closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number P330316 and license number R911028.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now in executive session and will return at 1:40 with decisions in each of these matters. Thank you.
Robinson and Ms. Coop, if you want to log back in, you can, or you can stay on Zoom.
Okay. I'll just stay on. Thank you.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. This time I entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session.
Are the nurses on? Oh, I see.
Ms. Moody, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Robinson, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
We don't see you, Ms. Robinson.
Do you see me now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Following deliberation on license number P 330-316, the board panel renders the following: formal reprimand, $500 fine, educational courses to include legal aspects of nursing, HIPAA, ethics. Notice of changes, releases, these conditions shall be completed within 90 calendar days from the date the executive director executes the order. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 60 days of the completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions?
I have one question. What does this mean for like further education? Sorry, I'm sick and my voice is going out.
I'm sorry, what does it mean for what?
Like further education. I'm currently in school for my RN.
Okay, you'll just need to show proof that you have completed these additional courses.
Okay.
I think they are online.
Yes.
These courses should be available to you online.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Following deliberation on license number R 911028, the board panel renders the following. The license is suspended for 6 months. There will be preconditions that will need to be completed to include compliance affidavit, conference with compliance officer, releases, educational courses to include the best defense is a documentation offense, documentation in the electronic age, documentation for nurses, medical errors prevention and patient safety, ethics, legal aspects of nursing. $500 fine. Once these preconditions are met, there will be 12 months probation to include employer reports, quarterly reports, notice of changes. The licensee shall petition the board for removal of any stipulations. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 60 days of the completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions?
Yes, sir. So does that mean I'm suspended from practicing nursing for 12 months? I mean, I don't fully understand.
There will be a 6-month suspension within which you will need to complete the preconditions. Following that, there will be a 12-month probation. In order to
Before
have, ma'am,
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand completely.
okay, once the preconditions are met within the 6-month suspension, you will have 12 months of probation. Once you have,
I'm so sorry. This is regarding my Mississippi license.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Once you've completed the 12-month probation, you will need to petition the board to have that stipulation released. You will receive a copy of this order within 30 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. If you do have questions, once you receive it, you may contact the compliance office. You have any further questions?
No, sir.
And thank you. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Case number 2019-1046. License number R897527. Mr. Walker, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to introduce in evidence B1 through B12. Also, I believe the board members exhibits they've been updated. The ones that y'all have, the license has been renewed since to show an actual active license in B1 and B2, just so it's on the record. Excuse me, B2 and B3.
Council, can you approach, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, council. We will note for the record that that license for Ms. Ferretti has a new expiration date of December of 2024. Ask that the record reflect that as well. Proceed, council.
Yes, Your Honor, she was properly noticed. We checked to make sure that she is not in the building. We have not had any contact with the licensee regarding today's hearing. We met all the statutory requirements for notice, and we like to rest on the file.
All right, thank you, council. Those, for the record, those exhibits are admitted. Is there anything further on this matter, council?
No, Your Honor.
That will conclude this matter. We're ready for the next matter.
Yes, Your Honor. The next matter is Sarita Drake, case number 2021-0883, license number R-880977. Mr. Drake, her attorney, was present this morning for the hearing as noticed. He brought with him an agreed settlement proposal, voluntary surrender, that he is now requesting the board consider on behalf of Mrs. Drake. And I have 2 additional matters as well.
You may proceed.
The next matter is an ASP that we'd also ask the board panel to consider. It's case number 2021-0234, Heather Tucker Fernandez, license number R-900-504.
Agreed settlement proposal.
Yes, it is. And lastly, we'd have another agreed settlement proposal that we would ask the board panel to consider in case number 2021-0367 for Mana Duran, license number R-859684.
Anything further, council?
No, Your Honor. Just for clarification, the last one, Mrs. Duran, was one that the board took up on Monday, and a modification was requested. And I believe that's been accepted by Mrs. Duran and her attorney.
Thank you, council. At this time, I entertain a motion for the board panel to enter a closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on the following. License number R-897527. Case number 2019-1046. License number R-880977. Case number 2021-0883. License number R-900504. Case number 2021-0234. License number R-859684. Case number 2021-0367. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now in executive session for deliberation on these matters. We will return with a decision in each short.
Unmuted.
All right, we are back on the record. Entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I'll make the motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session.